Hello, hello! Hello, everyone! Welcome back, welcome on back into the stream! Oh, hey! Literally, I just checked this in the camera. Oh, there it goes. Okay, never mind. Saw it blip and was concerned, but it's working fine now. We're good, we're good. Is this Larry's theme? What a thing to come to start off our day to Larry's theme. Yeah, welcome on back to the stream, everybody. Hope y'all are doing well. Happy Saturday. Hope everyone's having a great weekend so far and had a great week up to this point as well. It is time to start a brand new game. I'm gonna go ahead and get the game fired up here. What the little switcheroo on me. It started firing up on one side and then quickly switched to the other screen, which is where I wanted it to be. It's pulling shenanigans on me. Anyway. Oh, wrong one, sorry. Here we go, that's the correct screen. I got this! I got you guys! I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing here. Alright. Here we go, brand new game. Are we excited? I know very little about these games other than they're like kind of a prequel to Phoenix Wright. It is because it takes place in the past. And that's about all that I know. I've never seen anybody play any of this. I don't know a whole lot. I don't know a lot about what's about to go down here. So I'm very excited. This is like the most blind I've ever been going into an Ace Attorney game because, you know, you kind of have an idea how the rest of them are gonna go with like the cast. You know, it's like Phoenix and, you know, we'll have our same judge and all that, but this could be entirely different. We don't know. It's taking place in a completely different time era. But who knows? Who knows? There's two games in this, and you know, of course, we're gonna start with the first one. I think they're both bundled together. So all I've done so far was I fiddled with the options to get the screen to pop up on the correct side where I want it. This way. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I don't know. It's a little loud for me. I don't know if it's a little loud for you guys. Probably not. The volume looks okay. At least in OBS, so I think we'll be okay. Yeah, I guess all we could really do is just get started, dive on in, and see how it goes, right? New game!
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Okay, so we're in like old Japan.
The land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Nice chairs, by the way. Ooh! Murder! There's always murder. At least that hasn't changed. Somebody's dead, of course.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Is this us? I think this was supposed to be us, just looking from the pictures. I don't actually know for sure. But it's a little concerning if that's us. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Bienvenue. I didn't finish reading it, so, you know. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. I can use my keyboard. Check history. You can check options, you can autoplay. I still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Savior glares. Murderer. Okay, so it is us getting accused. Alright, we're defending ourselves, it seems like, in this first case, unless we have a mentor. In which case, it's kind of like, you know, being paired up with Mia. Sorry. My name is Yunosuke Naruhodo. So, Phoenix's name in, Phoenix Wright's name in Japanese was Naruhodo. So they have the same last name. So I guess this would be Phoenix Wright's ancestor that we're playing as. That's what it seems like. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, waiting my trial. That's enough! My friend. Not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Oh, really, Kazuma? I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. I mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. You read my mind? Bruh. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago? Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know! I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So, you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. Heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. Come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Our best friend and partner at school, okay. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Who's this? Sogi, might I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has a personal significance to me. Never mind that for now. Sogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? It was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who's this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. See you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Cosma. This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Sogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, he should fail to defend you in today's trial. I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Ooh. Never granted again. So, his educational career is writing on my case. Great, thanks. Yep, that's a good way to teach people. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas studies. Very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. I mean, I do. And also, it's fine. You're besties, and we're totally innocent, so, you know, this'll go well. But I didn't do it! I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. See, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Somebody's fibbing! There's a liar afoot! Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. I don't trust you! You say you believe I'm innocent and that, like, you believe in my bestie who is more than well qualified to go travel overseas for abroad study, and yet you think that he can't defend me, a totally innocent person? Like, you don't believe in either of us? This man's sus! You did it. I accuse you. J'accuse! Alright. So we're not gonna listen to him, right? There's no way we're listening to this dude. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? No? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Y'all! Innocent till proven guilty. Don't be rude. This is it. This trial goes badly. Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. What's more? I'll be found guilty. Murder. And so... absolutely no idea of what lay ahead. Embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. November, 9:00 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. Judicature is a weird word, by the way. So this is a courtroom.
I'm a nervous Nelly.
I forgot to say, sorry, I was thinking about this earlier, but I forgot to actually save when stream started. So we did start a little bit early today, and it is because I'm trying to be off by... trying to wrap up by 9 so I can go help some people with some things in 4. That's my plan, so, you know. Alright. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? Why? Trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? The fuck? It'll become clear in time. But for now... you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. About to begin. Oh, it's Payne's ancestor too! The judge has hair now. Judge ancestor is not bald. At least, well, he's wearing a hat, so I guess we can't really tell. But look at that glorious beard he's got! That's very nice. Oh, roughly. Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie?
The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for a final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I don't know! Do we want to defend ourselves, or do we want to let our friend do it? If we wait and see, then our friend will defend us and put his shit on the line. But he does believe in us, and that's fine. But if we defend ourselves, then that's our practice and, you know, the beginnings of our road to becoming a great lawyer. So that kind of changes things. I thought the question was gonna be, do you accept the charges? And it's like, no, I'm not guilty. What are you, fucking crazy? But this is like, do we want to represent ourselves? So that's different. Alright, let's do it. I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. I'm standing here beside the defendant. I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial. You did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. Not that I think you would, but I also want the practice so that I can become a legendary lawyer. How sad. Means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No? It's not that, really. It's just that I need to become a legendary lawyer so that my descendant can be another kind of legendary and possibly a little infamous lawyer. Anyway, he gets into some weird shit, but I need him to, like, go down this path, so I gotta, like, trailblaze, so... shit's gotta happen. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel. It's exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defense's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well, well! Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent. He's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. I'm a greenhorn. We're not, we're fine, don't worry about it. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Huh. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court... You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. Uh-oh. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. That's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. Shit! What was it again? Yunosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. E. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. All in there. I just have to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. Bam! This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. University collar pin! Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Won't let me click on anything else. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Kazuma Asogi, a second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Eugene Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes of cultural reformation, has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Okay, that's our answer. John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Okay, hold on, but I didn't get to read this. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, and then press R to present. Try it now.
Yes!
Yes! Am I gonna get new follower emotes for this game? That seems like it might become a thing. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor?
I didn't do it! Rude? This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. Court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Huh. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. Well, that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. That's nope. That defeats the whole purpose! Find the truth. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So, I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Blood loss. State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Yunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Yes! Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Sorry, yes. That's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. Ugh.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range.
Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court record. Hey, Dr. Lupin, how's it going? Welcome on in, welcome, welcome. I need to make some new emotes for this game, apparently, because the language is a little different. Instead of saying, take that, we've got, yes! And I'm like, yeah! That's not weird. That's not weird at all. Anyway, how's your weekend going? How you doing? Alright, we've got a photograph of the victim, a photographic print that shows the victim, who shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. It's always murder. Going good? You took a quick nap? Yeah, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is what we're doing. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. We're back in the past. We are playing as Phoenix Wright's ancestor, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And of course, we are the first defendant defending ourselves, because what better way to get the series started, right? Never played this proper, and their day's been going well. You went to her cousin's baby shower. Very nice. Hope that went well. Hope it was fun. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. It's not an Ace Attorney game unless you're defending yourself. Yeah, you always gotta start somewhere. Very well, I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
Look at this, even Payne's ancestor is here, and this shit's funny.
So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
For, you know, first trial trends, is this gonna be the true killer, suspect, murderer? The true killer? Oh god, I just got ouchie. Ouchie sounds like ouchie. And it was pain before. Pain, ouch. Oh god, why did that just... I hate this sometimes. I hate it in a good way. I hate it, but I love it. But I hate it. You know what I mean? This is it then. Think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Where? Hold on, I have a question. Where is the wind coming from that is blowing our BFF's bandana? They didn't have air conditioning back in this day. We barely got photographs. The fuck is that? Fuck. It's very anime. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Through sheer force of will? Does that make him a badass because he generates his own wind? That shit's funny. Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Yeah, what's up with your headband, buddy? Just blows itself. Something Nick never got over? It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
It was totally him! It was the butler! It's usually, in the first case, it's usually the first guy. Because they keep it short and sweet. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. What are you coughing up blood for? That contagious? The fuck's wrong with you? Why does this happen? I don't know, man. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. Become very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir.
And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Hey! I get to cross-examine! Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. A few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits well with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. Why did you object with yes instead of maybe an objection? I guess we don't know that terminology yet, even though we're lawyer students. I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor. The olden days when we didn't know don't fucking touch shit. You at a crime scene? Don't touch anything. We're getting the handle on it. It's fine. We're in the past. We didn't know any better yet. I didn't shoot him!
Objection!
Oh look, there's an objection.
I believe I asked you to refrain from the petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur.
But... Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Bad. The pain objection is still a pain? Yeah, it is. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Yes, without question.
I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did you just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right! That shit ain't right! When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Was it the woman? Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. They're in cahoots! Been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Do it anyway! Objection!
Yes!
Or yes! There we go. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you?
Hold up. We got a photo. So why is he facing this way? Isn't that kind of weird? Like, why is he not facing his steak? That's a little odd. I like how we can magnifying glass this shit. That's pretty neat. Cool. I'm into it. Anyway, I was like, what if there's like tableware or like wine glasses or something for two, but we can't see that.
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
Bro, you just don't understand that lawyers just object to fucking everything, and it's fine. We say hold it a lot. Press everything. But I'm sure of what I saw. Sorry, I had to stretch. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. That's the entrance. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter, which is weird. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? What was that? Hold on. What was that about? Been completely calm and collected until now. Yeah, that was some very odd hesitation. Something seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card, head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. Before we read that, I want to take a little looky-loo. Can't, like, flip it around? So... definitely something sus about this. Trying to tell that it's on the back of some... We'll find out. We'll find out.
So, the court has now heard a presses of the case.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we're looking at a black and white case here. Sir, you clearly haven't presided over enough cases to understand that shit gets crazy sometimes. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, this court is willing to look more mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
Hey, didn't you just say there was no one else around? What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Ah, that's how they get you. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities, meaning, you know, forged evidence stacked against me. All shady. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. Trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent, and a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. And then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Hey, 21 Snakes, how's it going? Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. How's everything? How are you? I hope all is well. Indeed. We're starting up a new game here. We are playing as Phoenix Wright's ancestor, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and we are defending ourselves because we are the first... we're the first defendant, of course, being accused of murder, because why the heck not? Professor Aochi, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless.
And busy last couple weekends, but you're here this time? Nice. I hope all is well. I hope you had a good couple weeks.
You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Who's calling you the first one? No matter what incarnation of Aochi, he still has a very slappable face. It's true, he does.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
Prepare for more homosexual attorneys? Nice.
The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth a witness at once. Those guys don't look sus at all!
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir! The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa, reporting for... I hate this. I hate this. Why? Why did we do this? Capcom! Why? Yes, sir. No, sir. Why are we here? Yes, sir. No, sir. Reporting for duty, sir.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the affluence of our nation, Nippon.
Korekuta.
And conduct my fair trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Korekuta at your service.
Antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. This partner can't be, curios for, you know, antique dealer, get it? Just, let's roll with it, it's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
It's rusty, it's okay, it's fine. They must be the diners at the other table the waiter mentioned.
Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always past noon. And not infrequently, Converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular to La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! Hey, Mayhem, how's it going? Good evening. Prosecutor looked oddly like the first prosecutor in Phoenix, right? It definitely is a reference to him. So the original tutorial prosecutor's name was Payne. And this guy's name is Ouchie. And Capcom's doing a pun with Japanesey sounding names, so there you go. It hurts a little. It's a little. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other, but for a different reason. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? I'm honest. I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. The only confirmed ancestors are Ryunosuke and Aochi. Yep, I can definitely see that. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir! Standing... What is going on with that sound? Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Double testimony, huh? This is gonna be interesting. Although, we did do, like, a 3-person, Rakugo testimony in that last game, so, you know what? 2 people's fine! 2 people's totally fine! What the witnesses saw! I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, firearm was discharged. I observed... Huh? I mean, that's obviously coming from the game, but what the hell is it? I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. A black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. From the back, the cowardly little weasel. Not from the back, our photo proves otherwise.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
So the old man wasn't looking, but the military dude's like, yeah, you shot him from the back, you coward, and we're like, okay, but hold up. Hold up. Bullet wound is in the front, and the autopsy report says it didn't... The autopsy report says the bullet did not pass through the victim's body, so... That's definitely an entry bullet wound and not a exit. Homie's eyes is confirmed to be Ars, yeah. Well, so you, Sergeant Osa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That... Is that like a special talent that we have, where it's like somebody sounds like a crying child when they lie? Because I hate it. Or is it just this guy? At Wicked University Cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy! You think it might just be this guy? Still, your brain hurts? Yeah, mine too. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. Why does he have a knife? Don't worry about it. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! That really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor like a damn idiot because I didn't realize forensic science is a thing. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Yeah, Cosmo has a katana. The curio dealer can have a knife. It's fine. It's the past. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. How did we not hear the gunshot, though? That's a little weird. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Okay. Bet we don't do ballistics yet. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Remember, kids, when you see a gun, always pick it up. That's not gonna get you in trouble at all. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty.
Bullshit.
It's time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. I object. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Dear me. Let me guess. A Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? What do you know?
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Take that pain. I mean, ouchie. Same person, you know. Cosmo's so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. All right. This is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do on a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? Evidence. You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yeah, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Same old wimpy ouchie slash pain, yep. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. That's not very impactful. Phoenix Wright has a much better bang. We're just like a tight, light little slap. We're a little baby lawyer. Alright then, it's all or nothing. It's a very pathetic death slam. You know what? He tried. It's his very first time. He's learning. He's got to develop the skills and the muscle memory and then pass that down through the generations. And then eventually we get the big old Phoenix Wright. Bam. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Daipon, yep. Can I still press everything? He was eating beefsteak. Oh yeah, we can press, okay.
Yes!
Hold it! Bro! Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? Bruh. I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, I like how we just continuously raise our hand like we're a student in class. Hey Neoneko, thanks for the lurks and for whatever reason the tentacle. Oh, hold on. Did it autoplay? Hold up. History. Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tension! Ah! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor? Does it, like, do that sound whenever he lies? Because that's just weird. Beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Yeah, you're hungry? Yo, beefsteak is tasty, though. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. Bro, stop raising your hand. We're not in school. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tension! Ah! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir! On the double, sir! Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. We were practicing. It was practice, it's fine, it's okay, guys. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. I got an achievement for that, Prime Presser. Good job. The old man was extolling the virtues of it. Yeah, he was doing. He was being a hustler. Yunosuke's an idiot. Yeah, he is. You know what? It's adorable though. I'm here for it. I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? A day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, the said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you're hoping to sell your koban coin? Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant?
Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious koban. Isn't that so?
No, how the fuck would I know that? I'm a student. I don't know shit. Well.
You little upstart cadet!
You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you?
Blatant subordination!
Hey, Darjeeling, thanks so much for the 17-month returning sub. Enjoy Chrono Trigger. You finally beat Lavos. Congratulations. Good job.
I already love Sparkle 162 Pog Dargy 1 Halo Wizard.
So proud of you. Oh shit. Hold on. Scrolling, apparently using the scroll wheel moves on the text, so I gotta go back. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he meant insubordination. No, I didn't say anything, although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure he meant insubordination. I was like about to comment, and then I was thinking on it real hard, going, that's weird. That's a weird thing he said right there.
In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. A gentleman aside me who was grappling with his braised veal at the time was my sole prospect.
I see. And then a firearm was discharged. Bang, bang.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time?
Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian.
The little baby slaps are just, that's too much. But that's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. You know what would be really funny? I'm just saying, there's no evidence to back this up whatsoever, but I would be super here for it if Kazuma was the ancestor of Simon Blackquill, because he brings his katana with him into the courtroom. That shit would be hilarious, right? That'd be funny. There's absolutely no official connection whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. I just think it would be hilarious. Allow me to confirm just one point, please. Similar voice too? Nice.
What's that, Private?
Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
And so what if it was?
Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Got you there!
Double R! My sixth sense.
Sorry? What?
My sixth sense of danger! I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet.
Bullshit. This man's full of shit. Sorry, that's not really possible, is it?
Do you think I'd have...
The WAS are really throwing me off. It's like every time I'm like, what? Is there a baby strapped to his back? Is that what the deal with the red thing is? Is there like a baby strapped to his back?
Do you think I'd have gotten where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son?
Okay, but is there a child strapped to your back? Me and Inosuke are in sync with that WAS throwing us off. It's weird. It's super weird. Baby strapped to his back, is this a prequel to Death Stranding? I don't fucking know, man. I got no idea. Well, It would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This isn't. This ain't good. He's saying I fired it from the back. This is the one that we're gonna present evidence at, but we're gonna finish pressing everything first for funsies.
Yes.
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was...
I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform, huh?
My buddy standing right next to me, and literally anyone else who goes to that university. Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but...
It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm on that man! From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of... And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me!
Bruh. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. That look of like, bro. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. The fact that, like, we definitely didn't shoot him in the back. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. It's that look every player gets when something sticks out. That one? Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Bro! That's a little violent! Man looks at the camera like, you see this shit? Alright, and he was looking for his curios because he apparently dropped the koban somewhere.
Yes.
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please?
That's right, spurning the arthritis, I was in order to retrieve the lost piece.
What lost piece are you referring to?
Ooh, violence. The koban, of course! The exquisite Hoera koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal.
This guy has a really weird choice of words.
After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished.
Did the baby on his back take the koban? Because I'm pretty damn sure there's a baby strapped to that man's back at this point. And, you know, little kids have sticky fingers.
A koban vanished? Hence I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened.
Bang bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean?
None other than. No, it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor of the aforementioned lost treasure.
So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred?
Indeed, myself I did not.
I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Present evidence. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence, and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. Contradiction! An inconsistency! When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R. Rip the witness apart. This man woke up and chose violence. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart. You'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you'd like. But keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Alright, we know what we're doing. Not that one. Not that one. That's the one! I'm gonna get this dude. From the back! From the back, you say! But what is this? Yes. Objection! No, that's not how you say objection, buddy! Tell me he's gonna learn how to say objection eventually. It feels really empty and wrong without that. Child! Child, please! We're not in a classroom. You can't just raise your hand and say, "Yes, please, teacher, Mr. Judge, sir, I would like to speak now." Bro, come on. Bro spine. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this insubordination? Bro, you're not even good at this. Casting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes! Baby slap on the table. There's a clear inconsistency here. We're trying our best, it's fine.
What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. There's a real death slam. That's how you do it. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. Couldn't be more plain. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Nice turnaround, buddy. This dude knows what he's doing. Now I'm a little worried because he's basically taken on the Mia role. Like, what if this man dies? Like as Mia did. Cosmo, what?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
What?
Sergeant Yesanosa.
Yes, sir. What, sir?
Statement you just made was this. A black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no! That just can't be!
And why not, cadet?
Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? The kid! I saw that, then definitely a kid strapped to his back. Well, what the? Bro, what? What's that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. What the hell was that? That was clearly a child. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that appear to be indisputable. There it is again! There's a baby strapped to this man's back. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were probably looking at your child. Firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd! I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Ooh, burned! You got him good. Take that, ouchie. And he set that man on fire. It's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. He's like, holy shit, my BFF is a badass. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. That's gonna be you! Dick Burn, get the yellow. But I definitely saw him. Did you though? Hey, University cadet there! He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back!
Yes!
But I never fired the gun! All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either?
Myself, I have already been quite clear.
A gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh, yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you?
Indeed, the prize toy era Koban.
Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Bang! You heard the gunshot, you mean?
Indeed I did,
but I heeded it not. I was concerned only with finding my absconded holy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? Yeah, the old man does have priorities. He's like, dude, people die all the time. I just don't give a shit anymore. No. I see. I bet the baby took it. That lamentable day, the precious holy Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Definitely looking at the sergeant here. And the sergeant is clearly looking away from him like, I didn't do shit. It certainly didn't fall into my pocket via my hand or my child's either. Nope, nothing at all happened here. Don't bother looking at me. Unscrupulous scoundrel. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. Is it back? Is the internet back? The internet was being a butt, I'm sorry. Hold on. It back? Alright, where did it cut off? We'll read it back. What was the last thing you guys heard me read? The Great British Internet did not like that? Apparently not. Apparently the internet did not like that. So what was the last thing that it caught on the stream? T. Thanks, Nightbot. Cosmo saying no matter how subservient we are to the British. Okay. Oh, there we go. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? The British killed the stream? They did! How rude. The old, not like the current British Empire, the old-time British Empire was like, nope, we can't have this.
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
What?
Eyewitnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryonosuke Naruhodo. What?
How dare you? You're so rude. He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Alright, there we go. We're caught up. We're caught up. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. We'll thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. And the kid's back. Hold up, I'm gonna fix my stream manager really quick. Alright, there it goes. Alright. Thinking, it's thinking. Alright, cool. We're good. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Sir, you have a child strapped to your back? Oops, that's not the right window. There we go. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir! Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father's about to quell the enemy. That is a flying booger. That's a little gross, man. Also, I'm just waiting for that kid to whip out the Koban. Watch and learn, my boy. Cuteness gone because of the booger. True culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, the pointing his gun at the forward man he was, that young lad in the black. And much I myself did see. You just said you weren't looking. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies... hey, I didn't finish reading that. These testimonies are certainly compelling, and then we interrupted. With another, yes, teacher, please. Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of these outbursts already.
But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
Pain, please.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of this court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies.
Ugh.
It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? It is only one set. Well, darn.
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. Court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Photographic print of the crime scene has been entered. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. We're gonna look at it more closely. Magnifying glass. I mean, it's a partially eaten steak. Not really much to look at here. Hold up? What hold up? What'd I miss? What are we holding up? Is hella weird? What's weird about it? Other than the fact that the chair is facing the wrong way. That's consistent with the other photograph. We still don't know why that happened. Oh, is it though? I don't know, because you can't really tell from this angle if it is facing the wrong way or not. Here's this one. Wait, hold on. Somebody ate this afterwards. What the fuck? Yo, man, I think the steak was eaten post-mortem. One, two, three. That's a 3x3 square. Oh, I guess you can't really tell. Maybe in the water? Oh yeah, there's water filled in here now, but there wasn't in the death photograph. See, like, this has some water in it now. And then this one doesn't. Oh, someone's been eaten post-mortem. That's fucking weird. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. Someone's fixing things badly. Someone got hungry in the middle of trying to cover up their crime, okay? He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to the Great Britain on time after all. Witnesses' testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsu Chiauchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Yo, let me do my cross-examination, though. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Phoenix Wright defeat pose. It's fine. Don't worry about it. He inherited that. It's okay. We're just gonna assume they have a lot of the same mannerisms, and it's fine. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. Now is your chance to expose it. Draw out the truth. Your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Kazuma and Ryunosuke very gay. You know what? I believe it.
Rules can be so unbending at times.
They have a very cute dynamic, and I'm not opposed. True culprit! Press everything!
Yes!
It's almost the same thing. No, it's not the same thing at all! For a start, I didn't fire that gun! We have a difference of opinion on that. Opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
How could you, bro, you're wearing glasses. How could I?
And yet it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it.
Bro, what? Have what? Attention! The sound of that firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman.
I think that says it all, don't you?
Do we have ballistics checks yet? Probably not, huh?
And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekuta-san?
Yo, this old man's just like, bro, where the fuck is my Koban coin? I know this shithead next to me has it, but I can't prove it, so I'm just here to suss him out and get it back. Yeah, you totally saw us pointing the gun.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already! That's only because I'd picked it up off the floor like a dumb idiot. I didn't know any better.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when... Oh, what's this gun doing here? Let me just pick it up like an idiot. I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. Ain't no thing. Fingerprint evidence doesn't exist yet. And at that exact moment... Bang, bang! A gunshot rang in my ears.
Oh, full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. I brought this knife so I could shank this bitch next to me if he doesn't fucking give me back my coin. I know he took it, there was no one else there.
Bro, what? Bro, what? Excuse me?
Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Alright, he's saying that they were the only people there.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear.
That's not how that shit works, man.
And yet no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Ugh. Only there'd have been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it's already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. What you'd expect.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
Was? What do you mean? To explain.
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
What a clinic? Oh my god. It's the precedent. It's the precedent to the Hottie clinic, where that weird ass, like, doctor but not doctor patient. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that dude. The dude with, like, the pink hair, he was, like, kind of a creeper, and he's like, yes? That guy? That guy works there. God. Why?
Hottie clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question.
I'm sorry, it should be pronounced Hota because we're doing Japanese, but still, we all know it's the Hottie clinic, right?
19th November, noon to past 1 p.m.
The very day of the incident.
So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case.
I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke?
Huh?
Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Always! There's no harm in asking for it, just give it all to me.
Teacher, I would like the evidence, please.
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Hey. Whether or not they are of concern is up for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend.
Bro, you need to be smacked. People's rights are important, okay? Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Medical report card from the Hota. I keep trying to read it as Hota, but it's Hota. Hota clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. Okay, but let me take a look at this. Nope, that's all we got? Alright. It's just gonna be here. Okay. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san.
The Englishman was alone!
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in.
So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well.
There's fireworks outside in Midnathrup. I mean, the fireworks is confusing. The other thing's a little concerning. Is she okay?
As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea, other than maybe somebody's threatening them. No one other than I could have done it, he says.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely, in other words. You are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made.
yeah, we met Hosonaga.
It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
He was coughing up blood, and I'm like, bro, what? You okay? What's going on there? Is that contagious? There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Tutorial time! You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use arrow keys? Oh, that's how we turn it? Shit. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD. Okay, I'm into it. That's like using the mouse, that's fine. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. Look at his smug grin. The crosshairs start to pulsate. Press space to investigate further. Ooh, we learned something. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, see what I can do. I need to use arrow keys and space. Yeah. To inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Mr. John Wilson, Hota Clinic. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. Bro! Rainbow partner? Could be. Also, who only gets sick once in their life? That's unfair. I object. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I'd have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. True. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Ooh, you can turn the page here. Alright, let's look at this first, though. Dentist! Should we assume that one who has been to a dentist and just had some stuff done on their teeth doesn't want to have a steak to eat? Neon Echo! Hello, welcome on in. Thank you for the party raid with a party of 2. Hello, everybody. Welcome on into the stream. I'm Sparkling Parfait, and we are starting day 1 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, the first game. We are playing as Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the ancestor of Phoenix Wright in old-timey Japan. And we're being accused of murder as, you know, par for the course, so, you know. We're defending ourselves, it's fine. We're learning how to examine evidence right now. We're in tutorial mode, and that's okay. Anyway, how's your Genshin Impact? It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. The family doctor, I imagine. Can't eat after a dentist, yep. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. You did a side event and then tried to do a side story? How did that go? Was it fun? Was the event fun? Oh, then it bugged? So you decided to do other things? Oh, that sucks. Hopefully they fix the bug soon. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, they help keep you alive. Saying, go to your doctor. Kind of important sometimes. Like for the guy who's coughing up blood, that man should definitely be seeing a doctor. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, and when you're at your lowest ebb. Bro, please. Overdramatic for having a cold, come on. The minor thing, but you're gonna end stream anyway? Okay, that's fair. You sound like a model patient. Cosmo's getting annoyed with his shit too. He's like, bro, you've only been sick once in your life, come on. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. Ooh! We got an achievement for that, nice. Giving him shit. Anyway, says dentist. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. HIPAA didn't exist back then, so I guess it's fine that we're like just kind of peeking in on somebody else's medical history for no reason. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. That man definitely would not have been eating a steak. He'd all been like, miso soup, please. Extraction of a molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. They used, so when I got my wisdom teeth removed, they used the funny gas, but all it does is like, it just puts you in a good mood. And then it also made me like, have like crazy ass hallucination dreams, which was hilarious. So, shit got wild. But only in my head, so it was fine. I was just dreaming it. That's all I remember. It's like you could kind of remember. I could kind of like hear the dentist like giving you instructions, but also I was like hallucination dreaming, and it was just weird ass dreams. Only weird dreams. I was like, okay, sure, why not? It's fine. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Yo, my man, painkillers, amazing. You're gonna love it. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. This man was definitely not eating a fucking steak. He was probably having the sparkling water, but no steak. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. A record of dental work on the day of the murder. The victim had undergone dental treatment and had been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes! Thanks, modern medicine, for being better than literally no medicine. Exactly. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay, but first... Oops, not present. Hold on. No, I actually just want to look at the court record. I guess I do have to go to the present option. I just want to examine this. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly! And that's not all! Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. It's talking about this. This says kitchen. This is the entrance. Hmm? Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. I mean, you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Rude. Okay, but, hold on. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga? Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau, what?! You're not a fucking waiter?! You bastard! Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yeah, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division? Imperial Police Bureau? Why is this bitch setting me up? That's rude! Inspector? What on earth? Forging evidence. I don't believe this. I have no idea. Why is the Imperial Police Department setting me up for a crime? Other than they're just like, oh, we need a scapegoat to appease Britain. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Osonaga-san is police inspector. You bastard! He lied to me! Alright, anyway. You didn't see the... Alright, so he says it's the same thing, pointing his gun at the fire at the foreign man. Only 2 personnel present. He was alone, dining all by himself. Oops, hold on. I wanted to go... Yeah, hold on. I wasn't trying to do... I wanted to hit back. I was just trying to examine all the statements. It has changed a great deal. We've come a long way. We have just what we need. Yada, yada, yada. Can I go back to the statements, please? Use it to our advantage. There is a discrepancy. Victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. Yeah. Oh my god. Just take me back to the thing. Take me back to the thing. He was not dining alone because he couldn't dine at all. I wish it would, like, pick up when you want to hit back more accurately, because it just moves you forward, and it's like, no, don't do that. Dining all by himself, they say. But there's no way he could have been dining. Because he wasn't supposed to be eating at all. Alright, I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it properly, but we all know that this young little child is just gonna say yes. For the rest of us adults in the world... Ready? Yes. Objection! Teacher? Well, I think,
About what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ionosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Yeah, just ramble on and bluff your way through it. That's what your descendant will do. Alright, thanks for the advice. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Korakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement? Baby slap! Something clearly doesn't add up!
Objection! Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But...
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
Bullshit. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further.
Hmm.
The witnesses' testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there was no one else besides this pale-faced pupil.
Hey, I didn't finish reading that.
Who could have possibly perpetrated the crime?
Oh, he did the big slap? He did, didn't he? He's growing up! Right before our eyes! Isn't it beautiful? This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
What? That outburst half petrified me, boy!
Yeah, do it more. Nature is beautiful.
Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Sorry, I heard a noise and it was weird. What are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? Then why the fuck would he order a steak? That's weird, right? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Kodakuta-san! What, boy?
What?
As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. Oh. Additionally, there's more. You've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Big slam! But that can't possibly be the case! Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner. Yeah, get him. Hey, we see the kid. Just chilling back there.
What is this nonsense? You little upstart! These are baseless accusations! Just look at this photographic evidence! You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
This is a very good objection theme. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you!
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Alright, that was a good one. I accept it. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Yeah, most definitely. Oh, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? Court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, yeah! That means me, doesn't it? We're gonna bullshit our way through this, it's fine. Phoenix Wright did it all the time, and he had to have, like, picked that up from somewhere. His eyes are just, like, going all over the place. Did you guys see that? The nervous eye shifties? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself, me, the two witnesses, an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You'll not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. And therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it.
Ah!
We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice, pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, damn.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Yep, because he's a badass. Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
I have issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand.
What?
What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Ooh, they probably don't know what perjury is and how fucking illegal it is. Perjury? New concept. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Complicit?
In murder? No! Yeah, perjury's a bitch, ain't it? Hold it! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting! I was just following orders! That's right! As the man says, say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh, really? Someone told you to say that you never saw a woman. Oh. What? Sir? Sir? What did you just say, Kodakuta-san? Oh. You were just following orders? Oh, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with the lady from overseas?
What? Objection! What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements.
In fairness, I don't think it's Aochi who put them up to it because Pain, historically, too fucking stupid to do that shit. I'm pretty sure Aochi is still the same. Not smart enough to do that. I'm pretty sure it was our lovely waiter? A waiter?
Is this true, you pair?
That's one. That's one simple slip of the tongue. You wish you had popcorn? Go make some popcorn. I have kettle corn at home. Order! Order! Council, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this.
Oh, we're back to the baby slaps. Come on.
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut?
That's classified. Kid's crying and tugging on his mustache. So, you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. I'm a family man. I can't go to jail. That's exactly what he's thinking. Yunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Like, maybe someone who works for the Imperial Police Department. Holy shit! Could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? We can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, and we can continue our pursuit. So, we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Or we examined this piece of evidence in more detail, found a new clue as a result. Oh, yeah, that's right. We already did it because I was like, I'm super sus of this business card. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything, and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. Bro, I'm already like 10 steps ahead of you, it's fine. I just want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Judge, you're gonna love this. It's gonna be great.
Please, wait! Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this, I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing!
And what does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... this jerk! Ready?
Yes! Take that!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make the witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
Yo, he ain't a waiter, though.
For once, I would agree with you.
If, that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes. Take that!
Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure how we can conclude anything. Flip it over. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Just flip it over. Just flip it over. Or perhaps I should have said the front? That's the front. Flip it over. Oh, big slam. Flip it over! Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. Flip it over. That's where the telling detail is. Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say. Flip it over. Turn it around. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. Waiter's profession? That's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. Hold up! Okay, I know there's, like, no official, like, confirmed connection, but Cosma, in his posing, he's doing the Edgeworth thing. Edgeworth does this a lot when he's thinking. So this is, like, pre-Phoenix and Edgeworth, maybe, right? Right? Can't be the only one who thinks that. He's doing the Edgeworth. Friends in another time. You could, you know, it's an ancestor thing. He could be an ancestor to both Edgeworth and Blackquill. Who knows? Just a mix of the two. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. He's representing our prosecutor besties, okay? Anyway. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well...
Ah, he's here! It's you! I suspect you! Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Evil music! Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once! Of course. Here you are. Yeah, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. We sussed that out immediately, but we were like, well, we can't flip it over, so what do we do? I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. He reminds me of... what is it, Gavin's brother, the evil one?
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
Yeah, Kristoff. Because he's doing the glasses thing. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! Your salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There's been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. You sure about that, buddy? Very well. Oh, they were making a salary joke, weren't they? That's nice. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly, you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Why are you coughing up blood? Bro, go see a doctor, come on. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So, the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say your superiors told them to blame it on me? Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. And those were my orders. Why are you trying to blame it on me, though? What the fuck? But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. You're just gonna throw me under the bus. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Politics is rude! As an Englishman had been murdered on our soil, to name an English woman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So, that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! What about the truth? This is a very sticky first case. Stupid politics. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. Ooh, look at them shake. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector! The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. He is indeed a foreign... Sorry, I'm just thinking about something about the name. I don't know yet. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty.
What is happening here?
I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention in their testimonies. Her name is a Sherlock Holmes reference? Oh. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. About to get political, Judge. What are you gonna do? You want the truth, or are you gonna, like, you know, knowingly sentence someone innocent? Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
But Your Excellency!
Are we gonna go to an investigation day? Wow.
That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Yo, Judge is a real one.
Ah.
Inspector Hosanaga? Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau!
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Bro, seriously, go see a doctor. He's got the consumption, man. Nothing will get in my way. I'm sorry I gave you a conceited voice. I thought you were a bad man, but you're just our detective for the game. I'm sorry. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Will I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency!
Good. And we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Damn, nice. Two-parter court case for the first one? Damn. All's good things for this game. Save? Heck yeah, we're gonna save. Yes, save. Yay! Alright. Me think it's been about 2 hours. We can go a little bit longer. Go a little bit longer. Game is long. Nice. I'm excited. This will keep us entertained for a while then. Alright, 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. It's still a really weird word to me. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, I started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer, but you will soon pass down to your descendants. And they are gonna get into some really weird shit in the future. Forget it, it's terrifying! If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again! Bro. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. Student from Great Britain, she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone! There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. You see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up... Bang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. That's a weird thing to do. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Rude. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Yunosuke is small. Aw. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. Pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Are you trying to set me up so that I can go too? Because thanks, that's real nice. Wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted— oh, he's just talking about him. Fine, don't believe in me! Wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Doesn't believe in me. Rude! Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. Shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Well, that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. You shouldn't have doubted me to begin with. Super rude. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. What? I'm gonna think of it. He said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. They're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. Is that supposed to be a play off John Watson? It was I who invited him. Oh, that's rough. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. Shouldn't that be squash? I guess quash is okay, but it just feels unnatural. Anyway. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Old-timey talk, yeah. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course.
Who dat?
Good luck, Kazuma-san.
And in Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. Thank you for calling me defendant and not murderer. Unlike earlier, that was super rude. It's time. Get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Or these old fossils know what hits them. Knows what's hit them. Yeah, there we go. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? Also, please don't actually slash anybody with your katana. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then... I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. I'm found guilty in this trial. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. And treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. 22nd of November, 12:09 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Fucking welcome. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, and that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Flounders, I'm pretty sure. Again, terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. There you go, he's got the right attitude. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! Shut up, you jumped up Ricky boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Like that. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. Look at his face! This poor child.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. That in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. A visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes? Your Excellency!
The fuck is that hat?
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnaval for the... In Finnish. But my true...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah. I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Yunosuke, but powers of observation aside, the powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Is this like a Dahlia situation? Fucking putting on a mask. I know she's speaking in English, but she's also speaking in cursive. In illegible cursive. Lamin? No idea. Sui in AMA. I got no, it's what the fuck? The runes! The cursive runes! Bro, what?
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What?
He speaks the English cursive runes. It's the same text! They're not even changing up the runes! The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. Comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yep, I agree. Everyone gangsta till the Londoner starts speaking in cursive. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. But I didn't understand a damn thing, apparently. It all came out in cursive. Court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. Court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? They just, like, take the same, like, word blocks and then, like, move them around a little bit. Like, this one forms a question. And then, oh, it's a little different! This looks like it says of. So they've got, like, a few select blocks of, like, cursive text, and they're just kind of, like, copy-pasting them wherever. Montiu. That's what English sounds like. Says, yes. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, can't speak any Japanese? Cursive runes! She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university. She had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, would it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Cursive runes. Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean to say? Yeah, so it appeared the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Rude! How dare. Girl, I'm gonna make your frickin' swan hat fly away off your head. Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Yeah, we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. He's sus. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. You have to testify. And she nods. Witness testimony! A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. And beef steak. More cursive runes! And after a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and then got into a fierce argument. We didn't argue, I just said hello! And then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun, and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Wanna bet it's her hat? Wanna bet there's a weapon in the swan? There's something, I mean, there's something going on with that swan, clearly. That's like way too weird of a hat. Bro, I didn't get to read that! This is condemning testimony indeed. No! I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all!
Objection!
Raising my hand like a student still.
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at the snow-white angel!
That's what they said about Dahlia, but she was freaking evil as they come!
I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
Ugh. Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Why? And as you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I can think of 2 places. First of all, the big poofy skirt. Second of all, the giant hat. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. This is the past, so they don't realize yet that people can get awfully crafty with clothes. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Whoa, 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 whoa. I see your point, but you can't say it like that. You can't say it like that, Ryunosuke. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. Ballistics evidence doesn't exist yet. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. To do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Evil smile. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Frightening and sorrowful sight. Alright, whoops, hold on. Back, go back, go back. There we go. Alright, we're gonna press this.
Yes.
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right?
Oh, I can read that! She said no.
Ah!
Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would eat lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment. Which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
What wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman has!
So, you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? He couldn't eat, so she ordered a beefsteak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hota Clinic, right? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. You'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? But then why is it on his side of the table? Because that's the side of the table where he got shot. That's weird. And that's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. exactly as it was left?
Dear me, what a harrowing experience. I've traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident.
I know how to talk.
Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
You mean herself? So, the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. It appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Okay, but why is there only one glass? They each raised a glass of carbonated water, but there's only one glass. What do you think, Ryunosuke? About the witness's last statement? Very meaningful.
Baby slap!
That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
Buddy. Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? Significance will become apparent when the time is right. Ah, no, we're learning how to bullshit! I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. They said cheers over a glass of carbonated water! I don't know if we need to press that again, because that's... Let's press the other stuff first. Hughes came over to greet the professor, and then we got into an argument. She's lying. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over and say hello. Please don't get angry with me. Oh no, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
Oh, no, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. No, it's not. English is the future. We must all speak English.
I mean, English is a very useful language, but English is also a very stupid language. I would give you the fish example right now, but that would take too much time. But anyway, G-H-O-T-I is pronounced fish because English is a dumb language. Wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yeah, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. And she's saying I took the gun and shot him!
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! And like I said, no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, You had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but...
Baby slap.
But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant because I didn't know any better that you're not supposed to touch evidence at a crime scene. Or things that might get you in trouble. Like guns. Don't ever touch a gun. Incriminating evidence right there. In fact, yes. There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady in the stand.
That'll do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel.
Dirty? Rude.
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Doesn't carry a gun, she says.
Yes!
I have a question. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? We don't have metal detectors yet. Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? You tell. Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure that the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, I'm not. You didn't actually frisk her, though. That's all you did. You just asked her. People lie. Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Sir? Why on earth not?
The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. Curse of runes! The young lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not to get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
Nah. So, she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out and totally unfounded lie! Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbon. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. Can't do that. The trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel better either. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that and an opening will present itself. Promise you. You need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. And that's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Alright. We know it's this statement, so let's press it one more time first.
Yes!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beef steak. That was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here in Japan. Here until Japan opened its door to the world. Yeah, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in the Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. You need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Cosma. Alright. So, you kind of already have an idea. Beefsteaks for itself, and there's supposed to be a cheers over the glasses of water, but why is there only 1 glass of water, and why is the beefsteak on the dead man's side? Anyway, either photo should suffice, so let's go with this one first. Ready? Objection! That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says.
Baby slaps.
Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me. What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Yunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
Cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel, and there is only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection! Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over a minutiae? Minutiae? I don't know. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Would it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? No, of course not. I would never do something so reckless. He looked at his hand while he was slapping. He was like, did I do that right? But there should have been 2 glasses on the table! Or are you gonna try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. It certainly took 2 glasses to the table. What are you saying? Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? Why? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry.
as I assured the court before. This is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered the lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
Okay, except more water was poured into that glass that still remained on the table. And it sure as heck wasn't the victim who did it, so, you know, she was just chilling.
That's absurd! Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief? What?
No. This can't be put down to mischief. This is more than mischief. This is an obstruction of justice. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Yeah, supposedly you don't have pockets. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Did we check the handbag for a gun? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we could consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Nah. Well, I don't know, really. Want to pursue this matter further? You're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yeah, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's the glass, the handbag, nothing in particular. Both? Let's go handbag, because you could conceal a weapon there. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Alright, so let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. You can do better than that, Yunosuke. Come on. Do the Big Bang. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. All right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. Gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, you can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't be seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at that time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Think so, Cosima? Bro! You alright, buddy? Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. I don't. And as I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Why? Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. How much blood is on that towel? I have a piece of evidence here that I'd completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Let me see that. It's a see-through handbag. Oh, hi. As a person who has a lot of purses, not like a lot, but I've had my fair share. Because, you know, you kind of go through them, and you need some for different occasions. I don't have a ton like some people, but I have, like, enough. What I need. Anyway, there's totally, like, a hidden pocket behind this in the back, right? There's no way that there's not a hidden pouch right there. And this print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. Why is he facing away from the table? That's so weird. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. There was no need to search the lady's handbag. Bro, you don't understand hidden pockets and purses. I can sneak a lot of shit around. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brent's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Shit.
Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once! Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. No?
Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
Oh. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start! Not you too. Come on. Kazuma? Shit. Sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Oh, don't give up on me. Bro!
I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat.
That's a very sad Kazuma.
You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
can't be happening. Am I really gonna be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. Don't give up, buddy. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? Read the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph that detective produced that we can contest. Which means no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. We gotta object to something, right?
It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all.
Ah, we gotta look at this. An interesting stain. What is this bowl symbol on his wrist? And then, for some reason, a stain on the chair. And smug little. Yonosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me, yes. I hereby find you... Objection! Yes, sir, I object. Hey, we did the big boy slam. Wait, Your Excellency! Yonosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection! This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, yes, but Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection! This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question.
Okay, but where's the food? Shouldn't we be able to see at least the steak in the, like, peeking out on the corner right there?
There could be no problem with this evidence.
Where's the food? Better know what you're doing, Yonosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. No, not the handbag, the table, because the steak should be, like, right there.
Ha! My thoughts exactly! Clearly, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze! There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. I can only put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
I'd be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, trial will be over with immediate effect. That means save. Save. Do I make myself clear? One chance. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Where the fuck's the food? I'm going for it.
Yes.
Just here. I feel sure that this area, around this area, there's something extremely significant. No? That's not it?
What's significant is your inability to positively identify anything wrong with this picture at all.
I thought it was weird that you can't see the steak because it's like, if you look at this one, it should be like right behind the chair, but it's not. And I'm like, that's fucking weird. Like, it should be right there. Or is it the thing on his wrist? We want to talk about the thing on his wrist? I do want to talk about the thing on his wrist, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. Eek. Look closer. I concur and praise the prosecution for his quick-wittedness. That's the handbag that stands out in this picture. But you need to look further. Examine everything, otherwise you might miss an important clue. Always try to see the whole and don't be blinkered by individual details. I know you can do it. If I could do it, then I would have pointed out the wrong part of the picture just now. Well, unfortunately, I must do as I promised. You had your chance, counsel. Wait, your excellency. Court should give consideration to the fact that this man is an amateur. One more chance, please. Bailing me out. Well, I suppose he is just a callow student lawyer with a little sense of protocol in these matters. I'm starting to feel insulted here. So, take another look at the photograph print, Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. We'll identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail which you have alluded. Is there like a gun-shaped lump in the bag? What am I looking for? Actually, the glass is definitely sitting on something, right? It's not totally flat. I'm trying to think. Why is it up in there at all? I mean, she was saying that she put it in the purse because she was spooked out about it. And that's how we got this photograph to prove that she put the glass in there. She was just like, oh, I wanted to erase any evidence that I was there at all because I was so scared and frightened by this horrible ordeal. And it's like, bullshit. It does look to me like this glass is propped up in a way that's unnatural. Could just be that it's drawn funky. But it does bother me. And it's worth a try.
Yes.
Nope, that's not it. Okay, so it's not the glass. Do we want to talk about his tattoo then? I think I want to talk about his tattoo, because that's pretty weird. It said it's not really the purse, just to look at other stuff. Purse is just how we got a hold of the photo in the first place. Alright, so what is this?
Yes.
Can I ask about this? Look at this here! Okay, so it is the tattoo. Do we want to ask about this? Like, what the fuck is this? It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. Looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with a magnificent lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
more I look at it, the more finding myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as a prosecutor, Alchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. John H. Wilson, male, British, time of death after 2 p.m. Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Okay, so it's nothing to do with that. It's this! It's from the sizzling hot plate. Why was he on the side? Why was he touching the sizzling hot plate? What the fuck? You speak in cursive runes again. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. And she would like to know she may be excused from the stand now. No, you still sus.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. You're just seeing Ouchie's Weasley pleading? Yeah, it's pretty gross. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? You can just link that burn to the case. And do that, you might be able to prise the shutting door back open again.
Just give up, Counsel. You couldn't possibly hope to do that.
Nope, I already figured it out. I don't know what it means, but I found where the burn came from. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence... evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn as soon as you pointed it out. What I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Also, why would he get burned on it anyway? He shouldn't have been touching, his wrist should not have been touching that for that long unless, you know, he was dead when that hot plate came out and then, you know, just like, shh. Because, you know, a dead person can't feel the pain to move their wrist away and be like, ooh, no. Anyway. What's the right button? Take that! Yes! What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. Wasn't he under local anesthesia when he was there? Oh yeah, you're right, he was. He wouldn't have been able to feel shit. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Oh, hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have this unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy.
No, that's actually something we're really good at.
If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Hot plate.
Take that. A beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Plate?
Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Yodosuke, genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection! But even if that is the case, we can't know what happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered for very long. And although it's not particularly a large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. And this was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. The plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade. A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
But he's undercover, so.
Yes!
Big boy slam. There you have it! Something isn't right here. Uh-oh. Click the wrong spot. There we go. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Inosuke, do you think... It's either because of the anesthesia or because he was dead. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed the burn, was asleep, was already ceased. I'm just gonna save real fast. We can either claim anesthesia or we can claim he was dead. Let's try that he was already dead. Because this is Ace Attorney. We do the outrageous shit all the time. No man could remain silent with while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible! Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes. It's only possible if the man was already dead.
Already
dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot!
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts!
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
Soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. It's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Evil lady. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Rude? Rude!
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your level.
Oh, well. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
Rude and racist? Yeah, that was pretty much Britain back in the day. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. I was supposed to stop by now, but I'm having a good time. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. I want to get her so bad. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, in this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Poison.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tone. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady.
You kiss ass. Have some fucking self-respect. Jesus.
And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
You'll unbecome the back of your hand to comely nope.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
What? Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? What the fuck? Well, I'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. Put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. You failed to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony. I will be ruling on the case immediately. That clear? Fact himself. Cosmo gives no fucks. Yeah, he doesn't. Yes, Your Excellency. And you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death. She doesn't know when he burned his wrist. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
You think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry.
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What? Ah!
What fun!
Rude?
Hadn't
Realize, bro, come on. Lug zippers are hard for some people, okay?
The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Yunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Bro! That's what bros are supposed to be for! You're supposed to have my back!
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh, yes, I think my tiny brain can.
This dude has, like, no self-respect.
Yes!
Well, I can't!
Anyway,
when the waiter brought her steak, but why did he burn his hand on your steak? As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you'll remember. Explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter?
Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
I guess he tried. I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway,
No other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make any sense! The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, and he must have already been dead at that point.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Asuka Auchi is right.
Yes!
Some other way to kill someone without leaving a trace?
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, or that person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark, like poison? Did she take the fucking wine glass because it was poisoned? Because she put poison on it? Is that why she took it? Oh, I'm so mad.
If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Poison. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Hold up. Just in case I want to save, because I'm like, they're like, you only got one chance at this cross-examination, and I'm like, what if it, like, ends right after we finish pressing everything? I don't want it to do that. I like to press everything for fun. Okay, anyway, we're gonna press this. Our inferior investigative techniques make her think that she can get away with this. Hey, Akakito, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a...
What?
It fucking scared me! It was like, wait! Huh? He's thinking about something. Alright, let's do this first.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
He has something to say about that.
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Aha! A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Trying to be and failing, yep. Amazing. He's actually not admitting our police force may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. She's about as tactful as a grenade, yeah. Very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. You wanna say something, Inspector? You got something to say? What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What? What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. Him. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seems to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. He's coughing out blood? Yeah. It's like, dude, go see a doctor. What the fuck? I think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. Find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Last statement. Alright, we're gonna press it again.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. In this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly.
There we go. That's what I want. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Till now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. In this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It all has to do with the witness marker. Ooh, we're getting a new mechanic? Cool. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, the person actually making the current statement. Okay. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to the other people on the stand. Ooh! While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch that person at just the right time. You might uncover some new information to pursue. You ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand? Take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. And pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Look around. D. There we go. And...
Excuse me!
Excuse me! What the... Coughing fit. We scared the shit out of him. What the... What's the meaning of this? Sumimasen. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Attention! What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. You can't find fault with her testimony, and the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not.
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah, baby slaps! This is actually pretty innate when prosecutors look at the counsel and pick up their whisperings in previous games. It's true. That is something that they would do. They'd be like, you got something to say? And I'm like, ah, ha, ha, ha. Ain't no mind to Maya. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I'd like to speak. What do you got to say? The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. Preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Alright? Have you, like, maybe touched some shit that you shouldn't be touching? Like, maybe some poison that is, like, slowly killing you and that's why you're coughing up blood? Is that what's happening? Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. And take this, for example. Did somebody put the poison into the water? Is that? And this is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming. I guarantee it. Sir? I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Cool, now I can look at it. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Miss Brett? Hold up, we're gonna look at it. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Cosma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Carbonated water. And go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. The back of the label in it. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip to keep- No! Don't do it! Don't do it! It's poison! No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. One thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. More ways than one. I wonder, can there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. We're definitely gonna test this water later, right? Alright, anyway. Miss Brett? Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Doesn't know when he burnt his mouth. Some other way life's man can be taken without leaving a trace?
Yes!
Oh shit, that was the wrong button. I meant to present evidence. Yeah. We gotta get through this. I meant to present evidence. I was trying to push the right button and I missed it. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Alright, try that again. We want to present, or we're gonna present the bottle. With poison, alright. Ready?
Yes!
Objection! I keep waiting for the objection, but he only says yes, and it's driving me crazy. We have done that to a witness before in a previous game? Yeah, we have. What is this? A bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Poison. Obviously, I'm referring poison.
Poison?
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection! This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence? You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Just because we're friends with the country itself doesn't mean that individuals who happen to be from that country can't be murderers. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgrace.
It is you who should be silent.
Of course!
She told him to shut up.
Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Shit. Have you not forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? You sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Ow! Ow!
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
What a kiss ass. I was so sure. How about we get the glass out of her purse and test that? This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no! I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Take your damn hat off and let me look at you. Hey! Hi, who are you?
Please, wait!
Isn't that... Yeah, she was with a different professor earlier who's, the mentor for Kazuma. He's hanging out with him, and we don't know who she is yet. What is the meaning of this? He sent her on an errand to go grab something that was supposed to help us, so I'm assuming she came back with it just now.
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sasato Mikotoba.
Must be the daughter.
Judicial assistant to the defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a futoshiki cloth. What? I'm gonna stop it there? Oh my god. Alright, we are gonna save. Cliffhanger! No! And it's actually gonna be a cliffhanger for y'all because it is late and we need to wrap up for the day. Bam! Alright, so that's gonna be it for us for the evening. Thanks all for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I certainly did. This was a lot of fun. What a great way to start off this new game. I'm very excited to see how this ends. This case. This is really long for a first case, isn't it? Holy crap. Who else is playing this game? Alright, here. Oh, this is definitely there's some spoilers happening here, so I'm not gonna look at this raid, but we're gonna go raid someone else playing this video game. We're gonna go raid Lexus. How come my VoD gets split so fast? Oh, did we die again? Oh shit, okay. I think we died, so then we can't- there's no point in raiding if there's nobody here because it died. It's fine. Alright. Well, have a great week, everybody. Have a great rest of your weekend. We only died for a split second. I don't know if it's a little sketchy. Which is- we're having some issues. Anyway. Alright. We'll pick it up next week. If you want to see more, if you want to see the continuation of this game and you're not already following, go ahead and hit that follow button so you can see exactly when we go live next week. For now, have a wonderful weekend, y'all. You have a great rest of your weekend, a great week, and I will see you guys next Saturday. Alright, have a good night, everybody. Bye!